Buddy, and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a wonderful, beautiful Friday, end of the week. Hopefully you're doing well. Coming off of just a fair day yesterday. DVG said it very well. I just was not into the day yesterday. I didn't have the great stock picks. Wasn't able to visualize the market. And sometimes that happens, but those are real-time struggles from a real-time trader. And when you're not always in it, you end up forcing things. I don't think I really forced things. I just wasn't on the right trades yesterday. And today, I think we've got a better opportunity here. We've got direction right from the get-go here. We're going to gap down quite a bit this morning, and then we'll see what we have after it shakes out. But let's talk about that and more this morning. We'll start off with the overnight trades here, coming off of the Chinese and U.S. Meeting there, Trump and Xi. That's a big deal, and it's got the markets riled this morning. The Nikkei was down darn near 2%, 1.99% lower, down 1,245 points down. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 426, and then Shanghai and China down 42.528, down over 1%. All three markets in Asia down. Europe this morning down as well. German DAX down 482, almost 2%. FTSE in UK down 193, CAC 40 in Paris down 125. All six markets we look globally are down, putting pressure on the U.S. futures this morning, and we've got that. Dow futures this morning down 417, NASDAQ futures down 518 and 3/4, and the S&P 500 E-mini down 88. Oil's gapping up this morning, $2.75 to 103.92 per barrel. That's a big move there. And gold down $138.30 down to 45.47 per troy ounce. Silver's down $8.20, $8.10, $8.10.8, down 9.50%, 77.22 per troy ounce. Copper's down, platinum's down, palladium is down. Platinum down over 5% this morning. Quick look on crypto before we get into it this morning. Bitcoin down $1,314.16, still above 80,000, 80,143 even. Ether's down over 2%. Solana's down. Doge is down. XRP down. What's happening out there? Well, Trump told Xi, I don't talk about whether U.S. would defend Taiwan from China. So that kind of leaves an open gap there. Trump says that Xi offered help on Iran, but how far is Beijing willing to go? I think that the meeting there, from what I read, was just okay. I don't think we came away with any big wins. But right now, really, the tech trade is cooling down. Bond yields surging. Starbucks in the news, laying off 300 U.S. employees, shuttering some regional support offices. Detroit automakers in the news. They've cut more than 20,000 U.S. salary jobs as the AI threat looms. So that's kind of the headline news here this morning. And that's really about it. Bill Ackman in the news. One other tidbit here, built Microsoft's stake in the first quarter during the sell-off, betting on AI and cloud growth. So that's a big boost on Microsoft. But we'll get into that and a little bit more this morning. The thing you need to know is we're going to be down and gapping down at the get-go here this morning, and then we will see where we land and where we go. Let's say good morning to all here in the room, and good morning to everybody on YouTube this morning. Great to have everybody here. I'm excited to be trading today. Let's finish out the week strong. I've got two huge days, two huge green days. I think that was Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday have been red days for me, and we'll see if we can right the ship today. Clifton, good morning and happy birthday, happy Friday to you. Frank, good morning. Christian, good morning. Mark O, good morning. Thank God it's Friday. Yep. Steve C, good morning. Jonathan, good evening. Justin, good morning to you. Lee, good morning. Brian, good morning. Yep. Cisco major layoffs too. Yep. This morning. Dan M, good morning. Justin, maybe we test your microphone this morning, see if that works. If not, totally understand.
I think microphone's still working. Morning, Scott. Morning, traders. Hey, everyone. How are we all doing?
Yep, sounds
screen
perfect.
share still needs to be sorted out a little bit, but I think by next week we'll be good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, traders, so a couple of picks this morning. MICC will be my first choice right here at the long of 17. And just remember, Justin here adding some color commentary to what we do on a day-to-day basis, and I think is going to be a great addition to what we do here in the room. So again, you heard a little bit of the interview this past week. We'll get into more of that about who Justin is, how he's going to help us out here, and some more of the long-term plans for the room. But in front of us today, we've got a gap down day. I've got one trade, the MICC long this morning. That's the ice cream trade, as I'm calling it, here this morning. And then a couple of the trades on the downside here. The AMAT trade looks great under 430. This will probably be my favorite trade to start things off, a short under $430 on AMAT. And then the same thing with ASML this morning. I know it's a high price stock, but I can't ignore this under the 1510 this morning. And even starting with 100 shares, you can build on this. And if it lets go, you're talking about 15. Let's see the low, 1508, 69, and then this one over here, 1508. 1508 is where you can pile it on and go short at the same time here. Last but not least is the ARM short, ARM, and this stock here under ARM short this morning under 215, or actually 216, and it just punched through that just a minute ago. Also watching CBRS, which is the IPO from yesterday. That stock over 311 this morning. I've got that up on the other screen. That's yesterday's close. And then last but not least, FIG. So I'm going to put FIG where NVDA is here this morning, FIG, and I'll move NVDA over here on my fourth monitor. 4-monitor layout here, and what I go with each and every day. The FIG trade over 2250 looks really good to the upside. This stock may pull back, and if it does, we can grab some earlier than later. So 2250, you can see it pre-market. It had a little bit of a resistance level at 2250. I want to read to you two things before I turn it over to DVG this morning. Number one is on FIG this morning. Figma surged 9% after the collaborative interface device tool posted first quarter earnings 10 cents a share on an adjusted basis of 333 million. They were looking for 6 cents and 313. So that's positive news. DVG, are you out there this morning? Good morning. Maybe not on a Friday. Justin, what are you looking at this morning?
So I'm watching NVIDIA, QQQ, and SPY specifically. I trade, so generally when I scalp, I enjoy 0 DTE or 1 DTE options. So I'll be looking very closely at that this morning, but I'm a little bit risk off because there's a lot of uncertainty in what I'm seeing in the charts. But I like this push at the moment, both in terms of SPY, well, actually all four of them. They're literally having a nice spike now, first thing in the morning. Just before open, at the bottom of pre-market, this could flush down, or it could, if we hold VWAP above VWAP, I think we could push higher, but I'm risk off right now. I'm going to watch the first 15 minutes, look for a good move, and then I'll jump in, probably a very quick scalp, in and out.
Yep.
And that's really all I need. Then I'm done for the day. So
Yep.
One trade.
We're open for business right now, traders, so let's make this happen.
Morning, y'all.
Palantir's looking
For
good.
Trade Nation.
DVG, good morning to you.
There she goes. That's a key resistance level, 133.60. That's my target, actually. So if we push through on that, I might actually jump in long. But I'll wait for the pullback.
AAOI, I'm watching 192.90.
Just a quick note on Poet, Scott. I think there's still a lot of room on Poet over time. Not necessarily today or tomorrow or this week, but I think in the long run, there's going to be still room to run on that one. Not in a hurry.
I'm kind of with you, Justin, as far as waiting for maybe the first 5 to 15 minutes today to get confirmation. But I am watching levels like AOI. I'm looking at 192.90 to see that rejection. It just rejected it now, so I may get involved short here. Big reason being IREN didn't do too well. So I'm looking at AOI and even potentially NBIS.
See what happens with NVIDIA here on the pre-market lows.
Tesla also down.
Here we go. 224.74 is the target if anyone's doing options on NVIDIA if we go short. I'm waiting for the next candle.
ASML took off without us here.
Okay, I got my eyes. If NVIDIA crosses 228, let's see, 227.34 to the downside, I might run with it to 224.74, but we'll see. I know this resistance is not good. Okay, that's starting to look promising.
Let's see here. I have a lag in
Okay,
my.
looking at a possible short on NVIDIA. Let's see here.
I have a lag in my order screen here.
Okay, I'm going NVIDIA short.
Okay, just in short NVIDIA here.
Okay.
Down 436 points on the NASDAQ right now.
224.74. Sorry, Scott, didn't mean to talk over
No
you there.
problem. No problem.
With these type of scalps, you got to be quick.
Okay, I'm gonna take an,
I beg your pardon. Go ahead, Scott.
yep, I'm going to take an AMAT trade here now. Under 435. AMAT short 435. AMAT short 435. And I'm going to add full share size 434 and try to close out under 430 here.
Okay, believe it or not, I'm sitting with runners, guys. So I've made my money for the day. I'm now sitting with runners.
Very good, Justin. I'm happy. I'm happy you put in your full 4 minutes of work this morning.
Brother, that's what financial freedom is all about.
That's so true.
We don't want to overtrade, guys. We've got to protect our psyche, protect the emotions.
Watch the 435 on the downside.
Okay, I don't like this resistance. I'm actually going to exit and then look for re-entry. I'm out. Could consider re-entry at the low of pre-market, guys. The 9 EMA is looking good. Usually I'd consider a re-entry now, but I'm
Okay, AMAT actually closed the gap here. I may switch out and go long here over 441. I'll post this here, 441 long AMAT. And again, not because I'm uncertain, but because the chart is telling you that, right? So gap closure here all the way up, or 435 short. One of the two here is going to click for us. We rejected the breakout here. Let's see if 435 becomes the floor.
guys on NVIDIA. If we lose 224.74 to a anyway, let me not. Let's just be careful now.
Should be making a decision here on the market directionally. Are we going to aim lower or move higher? We'll determine whether I go long or short some of these names here.
Still tending
myself
towards
too.
the bias short on NVIDIA, looking for a re-entry.
Traders, I've got a sick dog this morning, so I will be. Give me a moment here. I'll be right back. Justin and DVG, if you can take over, I would appreciate it. Yep.
Roger that.
Okay, directionally bias looks still to the downside here, markets. But haven't made a decision yet, just hovering here at the bottom. We should know here in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, my bias is also short, pretty much on everything. SPY, Palantir. Well, Palantir I think is going to hold, probably push up to 135. QQQ's holding at the pre-market lows, so looking solid there. NVIDIA's looking to push down, guys. Watch 224.74.
Okay,
building up.
I like it. I like
Building
it.
up.
I mean, yesterday was kind of a similar vibe as far as just wanting to be patient, got into a few trades, paid the price. Today, I'm not going to be eager to jump in just yet. I'm going to make sure we have directional bias first, which it looks like that's confirmed now.
Yeah. If we lose 224.74 on NVIDIA, guys, it's going to drop very quickly from there.
It is Friday as well.
Exactly. There's that flash on Palantir. I knew it. Very bearish signals. Palantir still looking bullish.
Interestingly enough, yesterday, if you guys remember, it was at the open, nonstop buying straight to the moon and back. Now, people are realizing maybe I was just a little early. Yesterday, my bias was to the downside, Justin, and
there's a lot of euphoria at the moment.
Yeah,
so we've got to be careful with that. Interestingly, if we have time quickly on the SPY, DVG, I noticed I updated my chart, so I need to maybe share that with you and have a dialogue. We could maybe do it here online, but when the market settles. So let's do it a little bit later, perhaps.
Sure.
Once we've got directional buyers.
Big push on names like Microsoft, though, at the moment. So let's be mindful that that does have a pretty big impact on the Qs. Apple also moving higher. So we're seeing that rotation back into the max heaven. For those of you guys looking to go long. I actually think I like that Microsoft trade at 417. And AAOI, guys, I'm on the fence on whether or not to go in here or not. I'll wait just a little bit longer, and I'm looking also at CRWV. Game of patience for me. Normally, I'm in and out of trades by now, but after yesterday, you guys could see, discipline is important. And sometimes, again, we've had a massive, massive week this week, so I'm not worried about it from that perspective. But what I do want to make sure is, guys, AAOI, let's go. Oh, that's a gross opportunity here. Let's wait. Okay. Oh,
Palantir pushing up to 135.
86 AAOI.
That's a strong push on Palantir, guys. But watch for reversal at or profit taking at 135. I'd like to see it push up to 137 for the day, but given that it's Friday, end of week, maybe we don't get there.
Well, look at this push on AAO. Guys, this is a huge trade now. Let's add. Look at full share size. Wow, yes. Let's go. Okay. Let's see if we get some mum on AAOI. Big push here. Let's see if the continuation or hope it doesn't run out of gas now that we've got a big push. We just see a massive spread now. $2.50 spread. Let's see what happens there. Keeping an eye on MSFT now, 417 area. Because Apple literally fully recovered, back to the closed the gap. So I'm wondering if we're moving into a big next name now. Oh, this is brutal. AOI, what a bad mix up there. Huge push and then run over. What is that? Hang in there for a little bit. Not the water. I think our second lows will 100% be out. That'll be an expensive trade. NVIDIA aiming lower. You still in that trade?
I'm out of NVIDIA. I'm waiting to see what happens at 224.74.
Vincent, Christian, Jonathan, Mark, Rick, good morning. Hello, what's up? Thanks for posting here.
Well, one of those rare situations, DVG, where you actually leave and you come out ahead. So
What'd you end up with, man?
I got the AMAT short at 435 and turning 431, just a couple hundred shares though. But
Nice. How's the hound?
nah, he's not doing too good. We're in the process of gonna put him down, but
Sorry to hear
yeah,
that,
it sucks.
Sorry,
You know,
man.
he's 15 years and 3 months old, so
Yeah, he's a good
it's
boy.
been
though.
a it's been a great run. Let's put it that way. So.
Nice.
It's hard. It's hard. It's worse to manage the family, wife and child, but
Yeah, I was just
you
gonna
know.
say, how's the missus?
Yeah, not good.
Yeah.
Not good.
Send her a big hug for me.
Yeah, I will. I will. I will. I'll tell her.
Likewise, Scott. It's never easy.
Yep. Got it, Justin.
Guys, if
I'm
we
gonna-
lose 224.74 on NVIDIA, next target is 221.67. On a quick 3 DTE, I'd probably be looking at 3 DTEs if you want to trade that.
I'm gonna go long NVIDIA here, guys.
Justin, are you short Nvidia or no?
If it breaks 224.74, I was short up until that point.
Okay,
But I exited early.
I'm going to go long Nvidia then with DVG here.
Yep, not a bad trade. That's a good,
Yep.
good.
Mike, you
Yeah,
overdone?
this is what I'm thinking is if we don't find support here, I don't mind giving back a point.
Yep.
Right.
I'm long right now Nvidia right here right now.
Just
Let me
watch
see what-
rejection at pre-market lows. 'Cause
Yeah,
VWAP
AOI, guys. I'm getting,
225 will
out
be
of
my
this trade.
stop, and I'm filled at 226.30. So we'll see. I'll give it $1.30 to the upside. 227. I'll step on the accelerator. 228 target right below the VWAP line. So
Yeah, there's that rejection at 135 on Palantir. Huge rejection.
Barely hanging on to AOI here, guys. Barely. Qs are aiming lower. Let's be mindful. Approaching pre-market lows. If we lose that level, that could be a little bit of a mix-up to the downside here. Still watching Microsoft. We'll call it 416 now. Let's see how it behaves. Even 415 area. This is, again, I'm just trying to be patient because a lot of the spreads that I'm seeing in these, like even from an entry perspective, are being tested. So like it's squeezing people in and out.
Yep.
And my bias is definitely to the downside, but did we run out of space to the downside? I don't know. Qs just broke the lows.
Nvidia's looking a bit bearish at the moment.
Yeah.
yep.
Guys, AOI out.
225 will be my stop.
I think it's still got a bit of room to run to the, if you look at the RSI, both on the 15 and the 5, there's room to the downside. So it could push 221.67. Be mindful of that.
Yeah, if we get to 225, I'm out. So I'm going to cover off on AMAT. Those of you that came in there with me, and I did want to explain it. It is on my screen. You can see this area here. So I was 435 short, which the reason I took that, just some color here, is you see these two candles here in the pre-market that they kind of got blocked at 435. And I just took that as a round number here. Once it comes up here, really did think about, now you can see my strategy here. If it does break that dotted green red line right here at 440, I was going to be long and strong because that would be a reversal here and a breakout through yesterday's close. It rejected that, came down, took the whole number 435, had a limit order in there, stepped
Just
away,
got
came in.
stopped,
I've
yeah.
just now covered here, +5 on half the trade, 100 shares out, 5 points, and I'm going to keep 100 shares here, and I'm going to be coming out of NVIDIA. I'll give it about 50 cents here, and I'm going to
Yeah,
be
it
gone.
stopped already.
Yep.
Stopped on
Gone.
AOI, stopped on
Yep.
NVIDIA.
I'm
We're
probably
down. We're
gonna
going
jump in
down.
short. I'm going to probably
Going
short
down.
it here.
Yep.
I'm watching for the next 5-minute candle. If the next 5 opens and closes below 224.74, I'm in.
The shakeout to breakout.
Yeah, maybe.
Exactly. Yeah, could be, could be.
I'm watching Qs right now, and that kind of looks like a big bullish engulfing candle now.
Trying to read these markets, pretty tough, right? Right back up to that 426. I'm not going to try it again. I'm going to wait here, see if we flush down as Justin was thinking here, past that 225.
That's a
If it
strong
breaks out
pullback.
over, yeah, if it breaks out over 227, I'm going to stab my eyes with my mouse.
Personally, my entry, Scott, if we push it back into VWAP above the 9 EMA, I'd be in on I'd go long.
You thinking 228 then, above the VWAP?
So I'd push, up to the pre-market high, and I'd probably exit or trim there.
CRWV.
I'd look at what resistance we get there and either decide to exit or trim.
Full seer size, guys.
This could be the flush up.
108.62.
I'm liking that. I'm liking what we're seeing here.
Well, full share size CRWV, guys. 108.62. This one I'm going to give a little less. We had a losing trade on AOI that hurt, and now it's bouncing. So I want to say boohoo to me, but sometimes that's what you get for not following your plan. Look at this. Now the AOI trade would be working out really well. CRWV, let's see if we can make it back here from that devastating trade on AOI.
I'm not seeing the big turn in the market, though, are you?
No, not yet.
Let's keep an eye out.
Also bearing in mind, Fridays are usually less liquidity in the market.
Yeah,
So
Let's also not forget
Oh, FIG. Okay, I'm coming into FIG right here. 2278. I'm long FIG, FIG.
Trump and China.
Yep.
Nice CRWV, looks great. I'm gonna go 2x on this thing. Let's do it.
I'm going to add at the break of 23 here. I'm going to add the full share size, $23 on FIG. If you're not into the trade yet, you could take it over the $23 mark here. Looking for about 50 cents to the upside after that.
There it is, guys. The shakeout for a breakout, because now look at AAOI, literally shook me out down at the bottom, took my money, and is bouncing nicely. CRWV, we're 2x share size on it. Could be an expensive trade, but literally I'll put it down, I don't know, 40 cents below my DCA. Microsoft looks good here, 415, guys. Let's pay attention to that. If we get a bounce, Q's just rejected the 200 EMA, so let's be mindful of that.
Now, DVG, what was your mindset there at the bottom on AAOI? You know, because I got a little bit of two things. One of them was you were in my ear on NVDA, both you and Justin, on the breakdown. And it went by 225 pretty quick, so I was like, okay, yeah. I'm comfortable with taking the stop loss. But AAOI, what got in your head as a trader to cover up there?
Well, IREN had terrible earnings, and it's in that same domain as AAOI, CRWV, NBIS, right? And it was just the opposite for NBIS. They had really good earnings. And so out of the normally I'd look for like trios. This was a quad, and NBIS outperforming, AOI is right there next to it because it's just kind of a hype name. And when I look at CRWV's kind of at this point now had some staying power, but IREN straight down, everything else kind of in sympathy moved the same direction. But then when I looked at NBIS, for me, NBIS and AOI are kind of sister trades now, the way MU and SanDisk are.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean they always move exactly together, but when I saw NBIS this morning moving higher, I figured AAOI would get a gap higher, and it started to happen, and then I got shook out. So I went full share size thinking we would get over this 192.90. That's the big area I'm watching, is high volume point of control area. For AAOI, I got shook out, and then now it's recovering. So sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't. For me, I actually got shook out and took a loss on the AAOI trade, and now who knows? It looks like a pretty nice setup if it can get over the VWAP again.
Yeah.
But look at NBIS in comparison. I mean, that thing's going straight up. Guys, Microsoft looks good here, 415. Let's nibble, 415.
Okay, traders, again, 23 will be my ad on FIG, F-I-G. I still have that, NVDA trade in the back of my mind.
Yeah, I'd see consolidate. It looks like it's going to possibly form a range here. Let's have a look.
Yeah, maybe sideways trade here.
If price stays between 224.74 and 227, or bottom at pre-market, we're likely going to range trade here.
I want to go long NVIDIA, yeah. I think Justin said it pretty well, though. We've got a, you get lower liquidity on a Friday. You got a market. If you haven't looked, I'm sure everybody's got this up here, but I'll just bring it over here for the heck of it. Here's the QQQ, right? So spike up, off the bottom, down, break the low, and now we're just back up here right above the VWAP. Good news is we're above the VWAP for those of you that are long. Bad news is if you're short right now, watch the high of the day, the high candle here on the Qs to see if we break back out to the upside. So bias long right now, but market's kind of bunched up here at the bottom without a full breakdown. Again, you should be keeping your eye on that. Keep your eye on the overall market and then watch your stock for the same type of move. See if it's in conjunction with the market. What do you do here, NVDA? I think for me, it's kind of guessing, right? And I don't want to be guessing in my trades, but I favor the upside. What I'll do is I'll wait till the VWAP is broken,
yes,
and get that confirmation, and then I'm going to go long the stock.
What I'm liking about NVIDIA, Scott, just to add to that sentiment, if we've got convergence on the VWAP and pre-market, so we're either going to get a retest and massive flush down, like a big either one or two candles down, or we're going to we have strong potential to go up. So there could be a really nice move there, either to the downside or the upside, but just simply because of that convergence. What I am worried about is the level of volume at the moment. Volume's not high.
Yep.
So personally, I won't be trading anymore for the day. I'm done.
So walk through your 4-minute morning. So I know that you were hot and heavy right at the start. Give us a couple of the trades and just kind of walk through and educate if you don't mind. And I like the saying. I mean, that's what we're all about. We've scaled the room down to just the first two to 2.5 hours of the day, and then you are reminiscent of back in the day when Mayor would come in, and I've had several of the days too. 2 minutes into the day and I'm done for the day. But what's that? I know you. And in fact, if you remember, traders, Justin was talking about primarily being a scalper. So I think you saw it pretty hot and heavy this morning, first 4 minutes of trading.
So I like to kind of define it one layer lower, right? So you get scalpers and then you get snipers. And basically the approach I followed this morning and yesterday was basically an orb strategy. So, but on the lower time frame. So what I'll do is I'll watch the 5 and the 1. I don't mind that early morning volatility, the unexpected wicking, not wicking, but the whipsawing, right? So if it spikes up, spikes down, if you can get a 10% or 20% move just in that volatility in the first 3 to 5 minutes, I usually don't enter with that type of trade. I won't enter without having looked at the first 3 1-minute candles. And depending on the convergence, so if we're sitting at, for example, VWAP, like we see on NVIDIA. So let's say, for example, if NVIDIA had opened this morning below or at pre-market with the convergence we've seen on VWAP right now, ordinarily I would jump in. I would have a look at the first 3 candles. If we hold below the first 3, then I'm confident we're going to push down further lower. So what I'll do is I'll look for a 10 or a 20% move on a high value position in contracts, right, on options contracts, just to catch that 10 or 20. And arguably that's all you really need. So for me personally, it depends on the type of day I have. What do I have for the rest of the day? What do I have expected and planned? How much time do I want to be in the market? What is the market looking like overall? So for me, my initial sentiment going into this morning was risk off. So I'm not looking for grand slams. I'm not looking for big moves. I looked at QQQ, SPY. I see volume is actually trickling off, which ties up with end of week progression. So typically Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays is where I make the most of my money, because that's when everyone's fresh in the morning. A lot of the retail traders are jumping into the market. There's a lot of liquidity. So I look for all of those elements when I make my decision. And a lot of it is self-evaluation. So I analyze myself first before I decide. So I take the market sentiment, I look at the stocks that I want to play, and then I maybe play is a loose word, but that I want to participate in. And then based on all of those factors, if that aligns with the strategy I have, the pre-market strategy, and price does what I expect it to do, I have the convergence of all of those factors that I then throw into executing the decision. So I use the shorter time frame for execution, but obviously the higher time frames for structure. And structure is the most important thing. So as long as we remain in structure and price acts the way I'm expecting at structure, and it's married to the market sentiment together with my individual sentiment, then I execute. So I look for high confidence trades.
Awesome. Well, that's and listen, high confidence is a confidence builder too, right? I mean, it's not like I used the word guessing this morning. It's not the way that I trade. I need to have, if you're going to guess and things like that and have a good time, then go to Vegas, right? Play some cards or whatever you want to play. But when you're trading, you want to use the edge in your favor to come out on top. So this is going to be odd, but I'm going to take one more attempt here on NVDA long at 226 if we get there. So I'll post it here. I am long FIG right now, and I'll take the NVDA 226, and I'm just looking for a point. So what I'll do is I'll come in here, I'll take 225 as my stop, and we'll go from there. If we make it. If not, we flush, then fine.
It does look like we're forming that range now between 224.74 and 228. So you can still, guys, just as a matter of interest, you can intra-trade, you can intra-range trade this beautifully. In this scenario, I'd probably be doing stocks, not options, because obviously if we're on the shorter dated, you're going to get burnt up with theta. And of course, gamma's also in these circumstances, but you could decide to enter low at 225, exit again at 228, and you could do that 2-3 times in the day and really earn good, make good money. The question is, how strongly convicted are you? What does the structure look like? Like the bigger time frame, right? So looking at the 15 and the 5, we could very easily push down to 221.67 today. So if this 224.74 breaks, that would probably be the move I'd look for personally. But typically, I would do that off of pre-market lows because we've got stacking on the 5, the 20, the 9, the 20, and the VWAP are all compressing under or converging under pre-market. So for me, that's looking very bullish. I beg your pardon, bearish. That's looking very bearish off of pre-market. So my conviction right now is we're probably going to see 221.67. I don't Sorry, Scott, I don't mean to sow doubt into your mindset, right? But this is the key, is that we all have different views of the signals that the market's giving us. The question is,
Yeah.
what is your conviction, right? So also your position. I don't know what your portfolio looks like versus what mine looks like. So your risk in the trade differs to my risk. And so we've always got to bear that in mind, right?
Okay, traders, I am long NVIDIA, and I am full share size now on FIG. Those of you that are with me on the FIG trade, I've stepped on it here, and I'm looking just for that 2350 with the share size I have. It's a make or break day on just the FIG trade here. So, and NVIDIA, again, under the low of the day is where I'll come out.
Well, I made the mistake of not having a stop loss on CRWV. I stepped away there. Now I'm just hanging on to see if there's money I could get back. But at this point, it looks like a trade that may fail here. Meanwhile, though, Microsoft looks good. Probably just add a little bit more here. Start off with smaller position. Markets are definitely aiming lower, but if you look at some of the Mag 7 names like Apple, Microsoft, and Google, they're recovering pretty nicely. So let's see if we see some more action there, which will likely have an impact on the Qs.
Yeah.
But I do think there's this morning definitely a short bias, or bears are trying to regain some version of control. The trouble is if we consolidate here, the bulls will have no problem ripping straight higher from this level, because we've only pulled back what from the highs. Let's see.
Yep, just watching NVDA now. Again, I'm not going to get greedy here. Touch over 227. I'll take the dollar. And we got about 35, 40 cents to go now on FIG, F-I-G. Yeah, that's good, Christian. Yep. No, I think you guys will enjoy, watching and learning from Justin as he trades, right? I mean, not so much a different style, but more of a, pointed attack and in and out. And, the only thing I'm afraid of is he's not going to be here that often, because he gets done in 5 minutes and is going to go out and enjoy his lifestyle. So
I'll adapt my behaviors.
Yes.
Also, look, that's just one approach, right? And this is the thing I love about trading, is there are an infinite number of possibilities in every single moment, right? So there's so many different strategies. I don't scalp every day. I don't snipe every day. But if you have a perfect sniping strategy and that's all you need, why not just have one strategy and apply that consecutively, repeatedly, and consistently? Ultimately in the long run, it compounds. So, and it retains discipline. So that's the ultimate key. I'll give you guys an example. The market's a bit slow now, so just jump in and interrupt me if I waffle on for too long. But basically, sorry, just give me a second. I'm having a quick squiz here. Sorry, guys, I'm just going to step away for 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay, in the meantime, traders, we've got the FIG trade coming on pretty strong now. Those of you that are in the trade with me on FIG, target's going to be 2350. And remember, I've got a little extra full share size on this one here on the breakout. Really love the trade. Talked about it in pre-market. And I'm long NVDA after having a losing trade on NVDA. I got to tell you, though, the strategy here that would have prevailed would be, as we gap down this morning, the stocks kind of moved at the open higher, and the strategy would have been to just try to tag a short with any type of move higher. Now we'll have to see. We've been sitting here at the bottom. NASDAQ's down 441, Dow's down about the same, 433. And, I think on a Friday, going to be tough to see this thing really run to the upside, but we shall wait and see. NVDA right now, I'm about, what, 10 cents into the money, 6 cents into the money. That's about it.
I'm going to get my CRWV money back, looks like. See if we can get that to play out. And I may add a little more here to Microsoft, see if we get a breakout over this 418.25. Let's do it. It'll have share size. So CRWV, we're 2x share size, guys. We're a little bit in the red now, but hopefully get a push here above 200 EMA. We may start to consolidate here at the bottom and get a push on the Qs, which I'm hoping gives us a little bit of a relief rally on Microsoft, CRWV, and maybe even names like NVIDIA, etc. But I wouldn't be so optimistic unless we get over 710.5. So let's call it 711 on the Qs. If we get over 711, we should see a nice pop. I don't know if it's going to hold, but that'll determine whether the bulls actually show up today to party, or if the bears get a chance to eat some hamburgers for lunch. So let's be careful here. Definitely in position right now for a long position, which is a little bit counter trend. Can be a little bit dangerous, but considering every dip has been bought, let's see if that works out for us today. If not, that's okay. Okay, look at the Qs here. Very nice. Good push. Microsoft, there it is. There's the lift. Let's see if we get over 418. We should start to fly here.
Okay, we've got this, we got it made now on FIG. This is going to be a big trade for myself, NVDA, all at one time here. So what I'll do is I said to myself, just at the below that 2350, I'm going to take the partial. I'm going to do it right now. three quarters of the trade out here, 2340. Come on. I didn't push the button yet. Darn it. Okay, I'm not going to say anything here. I'm trying to get that 2344. For 44
AAOI moving now. Guys, watch for the breakout now on Microsoft 418. We should get it here. Looks good. We're half share size in that position. CRWV, we're 2x share size. So I'm looking for a breakout over 110. And I say a breakout like I want to see at least 112 at this point because I got to hold on to that 1 point while I stepped away. I'm looking for at least 112, which should, or call it 111. 112 should give us some confidence potentially to fill the gap. Guys, Microsoft now breaking out here in a moment. We're above that 418. Let's see it go. Keep an eye on the Qs. We're at the 200 EMA and moving higher.
Well, I hope I don't regret this here. You know, it's kind of my MO. I try to get that specific number that's in my head and then hit the market order. And then when I don't see the number, which it really doesn't matter. Like we talked about DVG, it's like throwing grenades, you know?
Yeah.
You just got to get close. But for whatever reason, I got the FIG trade in my head, and
a figment of your imagination. But
yeah, I want to get the. I'd love to see it over 2350. This is going to be a money maker for me.
Well, AAOI would have been awesome if I just didn't get shaken out. Because look at it go now. That's the move I was hoping for. And now let's see if CRWV can go in sympathy here. Let me pull up NBIS. There it is. Yep, NBIS looks great. So NBIS is kind of my barometer right now for CRWV and AOI. And it looks pretty good. Trouble is it might be some buyer exhaustion here. We'll see.
Guys, keep an eye on Palantir. There might be a trade here if it breaks above 135. I'd like to see it close out at the end of the day above 135. I could see a push up to 137.
I like this whole range from 130 to 133. That's like I don't want to say it's a steal of a deal, but 134, 137 are the big, I'm going to call them the anchor price points I've noticed.
100% agree. Where would you say your fair value range is with Palantir?
$82.
Yeah. So I'm similar. I'd say 90 to 100.
Yeah. I think 82 is reasonable based on PEs and et cetera. But that's not to say, here's the one thing that for those of you guys that follow these types of stocks, Anduril is the stock I'm waiting to IPO almost more than SpaceX. Like SpaceX, I'm not as excited because when I figured out kind of how they operate, it's going to be a very, very, very resource intensive business, and the use cases are there. They're just not as grounded, we'll say. But Anduril is going to compete directly with Palantir, and they're doing everything. They're basically competing with Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and they're doing it in a way that like is way cheaper, way more effective, using AI in an incredible way, and could be interesting. So Anduril is a stock I'm keeping a very close eye on for an IPO. And then we also, by the way, for those of you guys following, the S1 officially for SpaceX is has been filed. We're looking at early June, mid-June.
Okay, traders, the those of you that are in this NVDA trade, although just a few hundred shares here on NVDA, I've just smoked this thing here. Finally got my money back, and the NVDA now day is green, and I'm going to come out of the trade right here, half off at 227.79 out right here, and the rest of it I'm going to let go. The half I'll let go, and 226 will be my stop. That was my entry level, and I'm still in the FIG trade, waiting for this stock to break out 23.50. Cash registers green this morning, and absolutely love it. And just to go with that, just to let you know, because a lot of you ask, the science behind it. Looking at the Qs, what do the Qs tell you here? We just broke out from the morning and that move higher at the pre-market here. So we're just breaking out. Could say change of direction. Don't know if we're going to close the gap. Probably not, but at least it gives us a little bit to work on. And by the way, my extra full share size trade on FIG is absolutely crushing it now. Glad I waited. And now I'll take the 23.70, 71, 73. I'm out right here. Okay.
Did anybody take AAOI and hold it? Because what a beautiful move. That's what I was waiting for all morning, and now it's there. Let's see if we get on CRWV, guys. We're at the 200 EMA. We just tagged it at 109.78 or so. We get a push over 110. I'm going to wait till at least 111 before I take a partial. Again, we're 2x share size on this position, so I'll have no problem taking some profit there. And then Microsoft pulling back a little bit, which is fine. Meanwhile, the Qs are aiming higher. And this is what I was thinking may happen. Let's keep an eye on this mid-range high at 712.21 or so pre-market on the Qs. So 712.21 will probably be where we see the next set of sellers come in and try to keep this market aiming lower. Google moving higher now. Big push down the Qs, guys. Big push. Is it going to be short-lived? Yes or no? We'll find out here in just a moment. We'll be back after these messages.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, I don't really care, right, if it's short-lived or not, because I am absolutely done. I'm going to let one more 100 shares go here. NVDA out. 100 to go on NVDA. And got it a little bit more than that on FIG right now. So I can say without a shadow of a doubt, 3 green days this week, 2 red days, which to me, I don't have a ton of red days, especially red days in a row. 2 red days in a row is not real common, but that's what happened this week. My mind, like DVG said great yesterday, I was not, my head was not in the game yesterday. Had the dog issue going on, didn't choose correctly with the stocks, and easier said than done, and a lot easier if you're not trying to manage a trading room or be active in the room. If I look back and I'm honest with myself, yesterday was a day I should not have turned the computer on. So, for what it's worth.
That was Wednesday for me. I shouldn't have traded Wednesday. I was up, I was green, I was golden. And I'll tell you guys what happened. My PC froze, literally froze. I entered a trade. It was probably my 3rd trade of the day. Entered it, my PC froze, almost kind of like blue screened on me. I had to reboot. Turns out that trade went against me, wiped out all my gains. And you must know what that psychs you out. I mean, that like literally puts you into I want a revenge trade mode, right? So I spent the rest of the entire day just trying to recover from that, where ordinarily I usually wouldn't. I'd step away and come back the next day with a clear head and attack it fresh. But it bugged me to no end because I felt like I was robbed. So ordinarily I would say don't trade, but arguably, thankfully, I saw some good moves in the market, and I was able to catch them. But under normal circumstances, I would have stepped away.
Yeah, nothing you can nothing you can do about that. We live in, I think every trader that I've ever met, go NVDA. This is great. I'm so happy that I was able to take the NVDA trade long, and then the confirmation off the VWAP. That to me just reinforces your theory as a trader, your the way that you trade, which I'm pretty much a breakout trader, although I like to short as well, but pretty much a breakout trader. When I see that take out the VWAP right now, and to me, this is one of the questions you have to ask yourself. So if you're a trader out there right now and you're trying to increase your profitability, meaning stay in the trade a little bit longer, as an example, NVDA, once it gets over the VWAP line, which is highlighted on the blue line on my chart there, you ask yourself, why would you sell? What indicator gives you the reason to sell your shares here? To me, it's typically 2 red candles in a row or a breakdown of the VWAP. But right now, with a couple 100 shares that I have left now of NVDA, why would I sell it? Let's just let it run. And almost the same thing with FIG. FIG is a different beast, though, and I think that $24 will be taken out, and then I'll come out of the rest of it, and then probably call it a day because there's going to be no giving back today. I can tell you that for a fact.
Could consider a long on NVIDIA here with a stop just below VWAP.
Yeah, I'm long and strong the stock, and hopefully it just continues to rock and roll here.
I'm tempted to get in, to be honest. Just want to see a volume spike. See where we go. I might take this trade. Ooh, do I do it?
Microsoft on the move. Still need CRWV to break out over 110. It's falling asleep here. AAOI guys tagged $200. Pretty big move. NBIS actually still may be a good look to a breakout here over yesterday's highs. So I'll be keeping an eye on NBIS as well. Just looking at that sector and that segment overall, because I keep thinking if we actually in turn take compute as a commodity and trade it as a future, these names will benefit from it. It's not just the chip sector, it's all about the infrastructure, the cooling, the power, the electricity that it takes to do this. So I'm even keeping an eye ancillary wise into names like CEG, VST, if you guys remember those names. SMR, CCJ. But let's be mindful of that. Obviously, that could be more of a potential entry now. You guys remember we were watching CEG down at 270. It's down 269 today. Could be an opportunity to add some more. In fact, I will add some more.
Well, here we go. Long, yeah. NVIDIA, keeping a close eye.
You can add over that 229 as well.
Well, I've had two trades that broke my heart today. One, NVIDIA, two, AAOI big time. Because we were long NVIDIA, and that was a beautiful trade here at the bottom out. I just got in and out early. That's what I get. But you
So
guys
just to give you guys like some thought, into my thought process. So I've been green all week, thankfully, right? And do I really want to ruin that psychologically going into next week? So you got to bear in mind the effect it has on your psyche, right? Like, how do you feel emotionally? A mental state. You got to preserve and protect your mental state. So how will a red affect you today? Do you want to take on additional risk if you've had a good week? Or do you want to run into the new week knowing that you had a fantastic week last week? So for me, rather than taking this NVIDIA trade, which I'm very tempted to do, personally, because I'm green, I don't want to go and ruin that and then have that impact my next week. So it's not only about knowing the market and knowing your stock picks, but also managing your own mental state. That's important. So for me, I'm probably not going to enter, even though I'm very tempted to. But that's also a very important part of this whole, everything we're doing.
Watch the NVDA here. If we do broach that 227, say 40, I'll be out of the rest of it here. Traders, does anybody here, Rick, the rest of the traders, anybody here trade the afternoon sessions at all? If I ever do, I only come back, say, at 3 o'clock just to check the room typically, but I don't really, even though I call it the professional hour where there's a lot of adjustments, and there it happens on, yeah, Christian, okay, it happens on Fridays a lot too because they're preparing for the weekend. But I don't really do that because I just, I've come to the understanding over the years that that this is the best volatility, the best volume and liquidity in the market is the first couple hours. Yeah, okay. So it's not a big deal. I just thought, if there's somebody out there that's doing it. I kind of like the lifestyle as Justin was alluding to earlier.
Yes, some days I do power hour. I'm always watching the markets. I've got alerts set up, so if one of my alerts triggers, that'll pull me back in. So if there's anyone in the room and they'd like, they'd like us to jump in, or what I would do is I would then jump into the room and happy to kind of commentate on what I'm doing, what I'm thinking, the stocks that I'm looking at, the picks I'm looking at, then also what options contracts specifically I'm utilizing and why. So if there's interest in that, certainly I would be open to committing more time in the afternoons for those sessions. But like you say, and I agree 100%, there's less liquidity. And statistically, my performance as an individual in the afternoon power hour running to the close isn't as effective or efficient as the morning market. Yeah. So I don't tend to do it that often. Usually what I'll do is I'll manage my swing trades and my long-term positions. And the alerts that I have triggered for those are the ones that I typically would react to. Scalping and sniping, I still do somewhat in the afternoons, but not very often. The highest prevalence for those and the highest efficiency and capitalizing on the edge is is mostly morning markets. Does look like Nvidia's formed a range here between 227.50 and 224.74.
Waiting for the breakout now in Microsoft. I'm looking for print over 420. And I say 420, I'd love to see 425. I don't know if we'll get it today, but right now, as a position, things are looking like a consolidation directionally to the upside on Microsoft, which could have an impact on the Qs. Rick, you asked a question. I did say it was 412.28. It's kind of where I saw it. And if you are wondering why, just look at the pre-market. There was a little bit of a rise. We dropped down to 707 and change, bounced up to 712.28, and then it sold into the open. And we didn't quite reclaim that area until just now. And if you'll notice, what did we get to? 712.67 before seeing a little bit of rejection. But overhead, we still have the 200 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Obviously, on the 1-minute chart, we're above the VWAP and the 200 EMA and the 55. So directionally, Q's gaining a little strength here on the 1-minute. But if you tag an anchored VWAP from the most recent highs, we're still a bit of ways away. We're at 716 and change or so for the anchored VWAP from, again, these new all-time highs that we just printed a few days ago. So let's be mindful of that.
Yeah, still sticking with the NVDA trade. I definitely love the FIG trade here. I'm going to stick in here over 24. So there's just 2 trades that I have right now.
Still waiting on CRWV to do its thing. Here comes Microsoft. No partial yet, guys, on this thing. I want to see a real gap on this. 422 would be ideal for a partial. CRWV is putting me to sleep here. What about CBRS, guys, the most recent IPO? Did anybody
I have that up this morning. and really not doing anything. I mean, something over 300 might get my eye, but really nothing.
What a crazy IPO, though.
Yeah.
I think an order flow is like $100 billion.
Wow.
That's so crazy. I know you guys were talking about trading windows. I like big earnings. I'll typically at least look and be around. So kind of like, I think it was a Christian we were talking about marking the charts for some of that implied volatility based on the options chain. But I'll do that for the big names. And then I might wait around and move 100, 200 shares. But I don't usually go nuts on earnings unless I feel a certain kind of way. Like, hey, if I hear these 5 things, I'm all in. But that's pretty rare. And I will say, if you're not familiar with guys, we just got the 420 reclaim on Microsoft, so it looks great. But if you're not familiar with what happens at 350 and 355, if you guys ever notice, there's an option with some of your brokerages out there, a buy at the open or sell at the close, or buy the close or sell the close. All that order flow comes in at 350 and 355. So if you'll notice at exactly that minute, 350 every day at the close, watch what happens to order flow. So I always say like 350 to 4 o'clock, that last 10 minutes, you could be up on a trade and then you have this massive spike in volume out of nowhere. And it's typically because those, institutional traders that are like, hey, I want to sell at the close, those that order flow comes in. Guys, 420 and change print on Microsoft. 422, I'll be taking a partial. This is a beautiful, if you guys want to see what a nice bullish consolidation looks like, there it is. Making my money on Microsoft today for sure. 415 entry. 421 print just happened. We'll wait. I'm looking for 422. Let's see if we get a breakout here. Any big volume spike coming up here, I will take a partial. Ooh, this thing could get vicious here. Come on.
I truly believe that NVDA is going to run right back up here. Market getting a little bit better, watching the overall cues. Why do I, what is it, pill, Mark? I haven't, but I will. Oh yeah, right up to $10, from 5 to 10. That's what I want a home run trade. You know what, Mark? When I look at, I'll put PII over here. This is what I want, DVG. I want somebody in the room, and including you and or myself, to say, hey, this stock looks really good at $5. And then I go, oh yeah, okay, so I'm going to get 10,000 shares at 5. And then I want to be on this trip here, 5 to 10.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Make
Guys, break out
50,
Microsoft 422 partial here.
make 50 during the day. That's what I want. Mark, post. Make sure you get that one dialed in the next time you post. Okay. Get us in one of those. Stop messing around.
Do the
Stop
maths.
messing around. Yeah, stop messing around.
Not math. Do the maths.
Yeah,
I got buddies from the UK, and they always give them a hard time about that.
Almost had what I think this week I had a 8,000 share trade. That was on a
Yeah, you've been stepping up your volume a bit.
yeah, little bit on the God. I want to say it was a. I forget the name of it. I should look back. I think it was like $4 stock or something. And I went in at 5,000 and then 3, and then I ended up making almost a point on it, which is great. It's just, listen, I don't do that all the time, but you know what? When you can, you should. That's a good way to put it. Just like FIG. Now, FIG should have probably done 5,000 shares. You know, at the breakout of 23, half of 5,000, you had 2,350 in the bag, right? Half of 5,000, $2,500. That keeps everybody at bay, right? Making that a day. What is that, DVG, a week? 2,500, 5, 10, 12.5 a week, 25, 50 grand a month. I think I could do that.
I always say 4K. So 4K a day,
right,
is $1 million a year. I mean, basically, take your number. It's 250 trading days.
Yep.
Yeah, 250 trading days in a year. So
I always tell everybody, DVG, I always say it's 200 days.
Yeah,
because vacation and you know, holiday and things like that, you're not going to really trade. But you know, what is that? 5,000 a day times 200 or no? Yeah, million. I like
billions of dollars, billions. We like billions.
Guys, look, AOI, good trade. Didn't work out for me because I got literally taken out right there at the bottom. What an unfortunate turn of events there. And CRWV, I may have to trim it up just because it's, you know, aiming a little bit lower. I'm not really making money. I'm kind of just waffling red and green. But Microsoft was an absolutely perfect trade. Watched it, saw it, money move into it, made over 7 points. Perfect trade. Made up for the AOI loser this morning. We got runners on Microsoft going 4-3 now. Beautiful.
Market looking like it wants to go high, but not a lot of volume.
Yeah, I've made the comment here that I don't want to be a rain on the parade type of guy, but I think we're done as far as the market volume breadth. We shall see.
I might give it till 11. There could be a squeeze after 11 because it's pushing at the highs. QQQ.
Yeah, that's right. That's 712.50 or so on the Qs. If that goes, then we'll see another little bump up here. I'm still long NVDA. I'm still long FIG. Half share size on FIG, 100 shares on NVDA.
Microsoft now moving. Look at that. Not sure if anybody took that trade, but that's a I'm gonna call that a platinum trade right there. $414, big area of, you know, previous historical relevance. 415 is a nice psychological level. That's where we got in. Added half share size in that same 415 print, and boom. Straight up. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Palantir on the move. I actually like this move on Palantir, by the way. 134.5.
I'm watching it for a squeeze up to 136.53.
Are you in it yet? Or
Not yet. I'm waiting for the break on 135. That might be the last move of the day. Let's see.
If an early bird gets the worm, how is it that good things come to those that wait?
How many sides to a coin?
That's one to ponder over a few too many.
Kind of like the fact that why are things transported on a ship called cargo,
And not ship go.
and when they're transported by a truck, it's called shipping.
Box of life.
Or why is it that apartments are called apartments when they're all stuck together?
And it's not a sidewalk. It's a pavement.
Hey, it's Friday, guys. What are we doing this weekend?
I'm going to deal with the dog and then have a, I think just family this weekend.
Yeah.
Family little cookout here, relax, got the pool
By
rocking
family,
and
does that
rolling.
mean am I invited? Am I coming over? Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah, you just hop on a little plane.
I actually may take you up on that soon here, man. Like we're planning a trip down to Florida. We got to go down to Miami. I got some.
Bring wifey down. You could fly
Yeah.
in here and drive to Miami.
Yeah, Miami's what, like three from you or something like that?
Four.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just puddle jump over there. It's 20
Yeah,
minute flight.
it's cheap. You can take Breeze, Airway. There's a couple of cheapies here from Tampa to Miami.
Yeah, I'll probably end up doing that. Yeah, I'll keep you posted. I think we're looking at maybe late July, something like that. I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, nothing special planned on our side. Just probably going to do the beach. We've been trying for like the last 2 weekends to get out to the beach and have a good beach day.
Nice. Now you guys are making me jealous. All this beach talk. We don't have beaches around here.
Hey, listen, you have a choice.
Guys, awesome move on Microsoft. Look at that.
What an incredible move, actually.
NVIDIA pulling back. Hey, where's Rick? Rick, you are you seeing that pre-market price I was talking about? And you notice how we bumped up to it twice, found a little bit of rejection. Now the question is if we can get over that number, a breakout and or bullish control will start to form, aka we may try to close the gap all the way to 719 on the Qs. That said, the fact that we're consolidating up here and we're seeing some bearish or sellers up in this area, I wouldn't be surprised if we come back and retest the VWAP now on the Qs. And if we do, more downside coming. CRWV, guys, I'm going to dump this thing. I could kick myself later, but that's all right.
Out all shares on FIG. And the break of 22650, I'll come out of NVDA. Otherwise, I'm going to hold on to the 100 shares here. USO is spiking oil. It's not going to be good for the market. I really think that there's going to be a. Let me take a look at one thing here before I smart off. On USO, let me back up here. I was doing some research and there's like a 2-time or 3-time bear oil trade. I don't know what the symbol is. If you guys know, let me know. But I really think I really think that shorting oil is going to pay off huge, and short term huge. I think when Trump gets out here and they resolve the Iran thing, I think oil shoots down back to, 80 a barrel. I mean, just guess, right? It's not. It's just my opinion, but it's only high. It's only high because of what's happened. Other than that, it's got nothing to do. It's all got to do with the war right now, or with Iran. And you look at oil right now at what, $104 a barrel, and you look at the chart on oil. I mean, this thing, it's got to have 30% built in here. In February, no, at the start of March, it was below 70. So say we pull back to 80. That's 20 points on the crude. 20. Crazy.
Guys, we're seeing a pullback here. Starting to get a little bearish here. We'll see.
Well, I got scared. I just came out of it all. So I've got no trades on right now, 0. And I think I'm probably done for the day. I'll run it out till 11 a.m. Eastern, and then I'll turn it in. Justin was talking about something. DVG and I have reflected on this several times, that as a trader, and I told you before that I have a great course, by the way. I should pull the dust off of it and do it here, about the psychology of trading, and specifically on a Friday, right? So you get, DVG's got some change in his pocket from the trading today, and he's talking about, hey, I'm going to fly to Florida. Hey, I'm going to do this weekend. It just sets you into a mindset of, kind of winning. And if you've ever been to Vegas, when you walk around the casino with the casino's money, it does something to you, right? So that's the kind of, that's why it's so important, as Justin said, to have that type of psyche, especially on the weekend, when you roll into the weekend and you're sitting there reflecting on a Saturday and or Sunday, and you're like, this whole weekend was sponsored by the markets, and it's the way to go. And I think all of you've been there before, and you all know that how good it feels, right? When you win, you win. When you lose, it hurts, right?
I am legitimately going to go do some test drives this weekend.
Of
some toys.
2-wheel toys or 4-wheel toys?
Can't give us anything on that one. What are you looking at?
Oh, I don't care to disclose necessarily until I actually pick it up. But they're some sports cars or whatever. I like fast cars, so we'll go take a look at some things, and who knows? Hopefully I don't make a dumb decision. I did a...
Oh, you will.
Yeah, probably.
It's always an emotional decision. Every car decision is an emotional one.
Yeah, like this week was a good week, so that could be a problem. We had, one 5-digit day and one very close 5-digit day. And so now it's just kind of like, well, should I? Nah, maybe not. If anything, like, who knows? At a minimum, I may just end up buying another bike, but we'll see. Also, fun fact, I've been trying to build a few things that Scott, I may have you take a look at, that may end up helping our 44 Trading Nation. I don't know yet. We'll see. Well, I'm glad we dumped our CRWV. That one's going straight down. AAOI finding its volatility. Qs are rolling over here.
Yeah, we haven't flushed down all the way though. I mean, we have, we're still above the VWAP on the Qs, so that's important. Like we talked about, for the longevity of the market here for the day.
Jonathan asking about NET. What do you guys think? Yay, Microsoft at 424 now. Big push, nice. All right, guys, I'm gonna go for Palantir in just a moment. Watching it around, let's see, risk maybe a point. We'll go full share size right here. In 3, 2, 1. Come on, come on, come on. 1, 3, 3. Actually, I'll wait. I'll wait. I like it down here though. I'll wait for it to make a decision. Guys, Microsoft breaking out now. Huge. The beauty of taking a partial is you can let your runners do their thing, and it's just printing money for me. And at this point, I don't care. I'm 10 points away.
Hey, Michael, what island are you on in Hawaii?
Aloha, Michael.
Aloha.
Hawaii is still on my bucket list. Need to make time to get out there.
Interestingly enough, every island's got a different vibe, different take, different flavor. So
that Palantir trade might be worth taking now.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I like that setup even at 133.40-ish.
Yeah, I'm liking it too.
I'm going for it. Full share size, guys.
Run it up to
133.80.
135.
Let's go. 200.
This is this full share, Justin. This full share size trade of DVGs is the difference from buying a Yamaha or a Ducati this weekend.
Maybe, yeah.
If it really takes off, it'll be a Ducati.
I mean, I've got one
the
already.
collection.
I'm looking at an MV, so I really want to get an MV to add to the collection. That would be nice. The only problem with a lot of these bikes is like, look, nothing wrong with the Yamaha or even the Hondas. They're actually way easier to maintain. Like my Ducati is insane. Every time I take it in, it's like $1,500 just to like someone to put their eyes on it, let alone do anything to it. And the MVs are even worse.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. Just don't buy a boat.
Yeah, bust out another 1,000. That's the acronym, right?
Yeah.
With just the gas on the boat.
Yeah. It is amazing though. I love me a nice boat, that's for sure. Go fishing, go hang. And all this talk of like the beach and the water, I think I need to get to an island soon. Get out of here. Nothing like some fresh ceviche on the boat in a cup. You know what I mean? Just mix it in there.
I had, I think it was the Bahamas. This was about, I'm going to say 5 years ago now. Could it be that long? Yeah, I think 5 years ago. We went out and we were on took the family out and extended family, and we were on a boat, and on the way, it's one of those boats where you go snorkeling. And I'm like, on the way out there, I'm like, dude, do you mind if and they had fishing poles. I'm like, dude, do you mind if we just drop a pole down? He goes, oh, no problem. So drop a pole down. I freaking hook up with a Wahoo and Dolphin, whatever you want to call it, and pulled that thing in. And you talk about ceviche. The guy, one of the deckhands, went down, cut the fish up, skinned it, filleted it, and made that into ceviche on the spot,
Yeah.
right
Yeah.
on the boat. Had had all the onion and the peppers and stuff. It was great.
Yeah, we did that in Costa.
Yeah.
We got some mahi mahi, and these guys came prepared. They had the tomato, the onion, the lemon. They put, it was interesting. They had lemon, orange, and grapefruit, which was a new take. I was like, wow, that's actually a good idea. All citrus, right?
Yep.
And then they threw a little bit of like serrano pepper in there. Oh man, I was like, what is? It don't get fresher than that, Literally, we pulled it in the boat and ta-da!
Yep.
Turks and Caicos with the con. Yeah. I'm not a huge. Well, I've got a shellfish allergy, so I stay away from, conch or lobster, shrimp, whatever. But I hate even saying that out loud that I have some kind of food allergy. I just say like, nah, I'm not a big fan. But if I do have shellfish, it's a problem. Okay, you guys ready for Palantir?
I'm watching.
I'm gonna make the phone call now to Goldman Stonks.
Let me
Please
go ahead
hold.
and put it up here too. I'll put it where ASML. No, I'll put it up here where ARM is. PLTR.
Yeah, Mark, that's sad. I love it. Yeah, exactly. Wah, wah. Well, let's see. I mean, look, if Palantir, I'm not going to hold it for very long because I know this thing could turn on me for 3 points. But it's kind of like CRWV, where it's like, hey, can it turn around? Yes, no, maybe so. Or AOI, where it just, took off 10, 12 points. The secret in these types of moves, though, is get your money and bounce. It's like, imagine if you were holding AOI still after a 13-point move, never took a partial, whatever, you're back to break even. That sucks. Because it's rule number 1, guys. Pay yourself first. Like this Microsoft trade, I'll probably take a little more off here in a minute. Like we hit a 425 print. That's perfect. In fact, let me do that now. There we go. So there's 0 risk now in that trade, which is wonderful. But Palantir, maybe I get back a couple $100. It is what it is.
Another interesting fact. Let's talk about taxes, trader taxes. I ran across
Favorite
this.
topic.
Yep. So back in the day, and again, I've been trading for a long time. Back in the day, they would send you, and in a trader's case, when they print out the trades, right? So they'll print out the year of your trades and they'll get it to you, let's just say in January. I used to get multiple envelopes that were, if you could see, probably this thick, 3 or 4 inches thick, right? And it's like, I don't know, 6 inches of trades. I don't know, thousands of trades, whatever, for the year. And you would back in the day, you'd send that in with your return, right? I mean, accountability. So now, what I noticed is going through the taxes this year, your broker sends. No, let me go back. When you do your taxes, or whoever does your taxes, when they go in and in their tax prep program software, they'll say, okay, who do you broker with? I broker with Fidelity. Okay, what's your account number? Pass blah blah blah. It downloads all of your stuff, right? Which is easy to understand. So all your stuff is now gone from paper to electronic, and then it fits in your taxes. When you print your taxes, so this is what I thought. When you print your taxes, you would think that when you printed your tax forms, that all of those thousands of trades, hundreds of trades, reams of paper would print, but no, They don't. I think, and I could be wrong, but I think they only print like, I don't know, up to like 10 pages. And then the rest is like a need to know
An
basis.
appendix, yeah.
Yes, yeah, yep. Which I didn't know, I didn't realize that. I didn't really look, haven't really looked that close, but I just kind of looked and I was like, that's interesting. Like they only print, why wouldn't they print out everything?
Well, now they only want your mark to mark P&L, so they can usually get that in the first, summary of statement.
Yep.
And it's, I think, thinking of like what it used to be when I was just using Fidelity, but it's usually exactly that. It's like 10 pages. It's a summary of your accounts.
Yep.
And it's pretty wild when you see like how much money you move around in a year.
Oh yeah.
You're like, whoa, that's
Yeah.
a huge number. Why is that money not in my bank account? But then you realize, it's just basically to give you that P&L on market.
Wait a second. I only had 50 grand in my account, but my number, I've traded, $2.8 million. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. There's,
Yes.
with taxes though too, that especially with this kind of stuff, they'll end up, if you have a good year or bad year, in some cases they'll request the hard copy, which is not a big deal if you've got someone handling it for you, but it just becomes arduous. And right now they're inspecting a lot of this stuff because, I mean, look at the boom we've had in people trying to learn trading, try to understand trading, heck, gamble using trading in a way, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a lot of folks that'll, if you hit big, they want their money, and if you lose big, there are restrictions. So for those of you out there, again, consult a tax advisor. That's not me. I'm not a tax advisor expert, but consult an expert on that kind of stuff because I remember the first go around, I was trying to figure out like, hey, how do I, if I make money or lose money, what do I do? And they're like, well, hey, congrats. Like you lost more than you thought, and you can only claim $3,000 a year in losses if you're just a, personal trader. And that's when I learned pretty quick, like, hey, that ain't going to work. I need to make sure that if I lose money and or make money, I pay accordingly. You know what I mean? But if you can only lose $3,000, that becomes a problem. If you're down $30,000, you're like, well, that's 10 years of $3,000 a year on a personal return. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You've got to have trader tax status to,
100%. Yeah.
If you're going to be a trader, and that is that's another piece. It's another piece to discuss. I mean, trader tax status. It allows you to write off all the losses, right? Which is great, the way that it should be. And then that, unless you tell me different, DVG, but that is trader tax status is so. Not arduous is the word. It's so gray area. It's like, okay, well, you have to do it as your mainstream of income, or you have to have like 70% of your trades, and you have to trade over 1,000 trades a year. And it's like, okay, well, which one are we going to really qualify the person at? And oh, by the way, I own 2 companies and I still trade. Well, how much are you trading? Well, I mean, back and forth you go, right? It's like, yeah, well,
I mean, they've simplified some of it for like mark to market. It's based on like activity, number of trades in a given time period, and stuff like that. So that helps a lot. But again, consult advisors, right? For those of y'all listening in. But at the end of the day, like it goes back to even all the stuff we talked about. When it comes to trading, entry setups, whatever. Like treat this as a business and watch what happens, because then your focus gets aligned. You have no choice, but if this becomes an income stream, or frankly, for many of you guys, like if you're getting started, look, trading will cost you money too. You guys have heard, like I've had a red day yesterday. It happens. The key is like to win in buckets, lose in spoons, and a spoon and bucket for everybody is relative, right? If you've got $100 million, right? Losing $1 million may not matter to you, but to me, that would be devastating. So my point is, when it comes to looking at things like taxes, if you're not prepared for that, it's something to be mindful of, especially as we round near the mid-year. learn about it, especially if you've made some money this year.
100%.
I think I might be done for the day too. Nice trade on Microsoft. I don't even want to call CRWE a losing trade. It was more, well, it was technically a losing trade, but it was manageable. We managed that trade in and out. AOI, that was a little bit of a unfortunate mess, we'll say, this morning. And then we had a small loser on NVIDIA. We got caught off guard, but it was, to be fair, it was a starting position, not a full share size. And now Palantir. The heck is going on here? I'm going to blame Justin. Send him the invoice.
Not yet. It hasn't broke through your stop loss. I just want to see it close above 135 today. That'll give me confidence going into next week. Because if you look at the daily and the weekly, it's still in that downtrend. Doesn't give me any hope of either it entering into range, range between 130, 135, maybe for the whole of next week, perhaps. But if you look on the daily and the weekly, there've been a lot of strong sell-offs, and then that's been getting bought up every time. So for me, I've got a swing trade holding on Palantir. I'd like to see it push up ultimately to about 140, 144, tap the top of that descending channel, and I'd probably then enter puts if it touches that again, because it's been respecting it quite, quite confidently. So yeah, let's have a look and see. There's a nice...
Yeah, big push on the Qs right now. I like it. I'm trying to listen into news here, and I don't see anything that is jumping out. But
I'm probably going to give it till 11:30, and then I'm going to tap out.
yeah, I'm going to probably head out here in the next minute or so. Just need Palantir to rip. Right now, look at the Qs, looking great. So I'll hold that one. We'll hold the last, we'll call them the lucky shares of Microsoft at this point. Interestingly enough, Tesla, it's a day early on that short, 441, big level. I think we were messing around with it around 445 or so. And, well, oh well. There's the
Yeah, I mean,
breakdown on
Steve,
Tesla.
to Steve's point, very complicated. I'm laughing at the 500 hard copy pages. Unbelievable.
You had to send like a ream of paper.
Yeah, I remember the days. I really do.
Yeah.
It's like, wow.
I remember having to tote all that stuff into the tax center. Now I just meet with my guy digitally, and he's hanging out somewhere in who knows where. Like, you have a pretty easy job. You've now automated everything.
Yeah.
It's like upload this, upload that, boom, it grabs it. You're using, forms recognizer type technology to extract information, OCR technology. And by the time it's done, it's like, okay, cool. I spent 20 minutes on it, and here's your bill, $5,000 you owe me. What?
Exactly.
Like, dude, that's a great business, man. I'm in the wrong field.
Hey, I saved you 3,000 in taxes. Here's my bill, 5.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Probably now's a good time. DVG, before you leave, I was going to send you guys an email, but since I have you here, I've got a planned vacation, believe it or not, that's going to take me out of the room for at least a week. So we're going to have to Justin's time is perfect if he's going to be around. But maybe you guys can tag team just in the morning sessions, but I'll give you the dates now if you guys could just jot them down and remind you as we get closer. But I'm going to be gone I'm going to be gone, what am I doing here? May, That's not right. Oh, sorry. June 4 through, I'll be back on the 15th. So the week of the 8th of June 8th is where I'm going to need some help.
All right. Yeah, I'm out June 3rd and 4th. Other than that,
Okay.
it should be fine.
I'm good for that week, Scott. The following week,
Okay, perfect.
Monday through Wednesday, I'm tied up. So 15th through the
Okay.
17th, I'll be out completely. But the week of 8th through the 12th, I'm good.
Okay, perfect. Well, we'll patchwork it together as we get going here. But I'm going to be in Italy, actually, which is great.
Nice.
Oh, hold on a second. There's more to that story. There's more to that story.
Listen, I didn't plan it. She did. So it's I'm just the teller machine.
Yeah, there's another
we'll have
couple I know
Jonathan
that
come in too.
coincidentally happens to be there at roughly about the same period.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I see that. I was just talking to him yesterday, or messaging with him yesterday.
You guys should hook up if you're going to be in the same place.
Yeah. Okay, I'm done. See you.
And
Everybody
All right,
have a great weekend. DVG, thank you. Justin, as usual, appreciate you coming into the room, and it's going to be a great summer as we get through. We'll have the three of us now, the three amigos, with Clifton, who's been with me for a long time. So everybody enjoy the weekend. God bless you all. Godspeed. I will see everybody on Monday morning. Hey, a green day for me. DVG, green day for you.
no, I'm approaching a little red, but
Okay.
no big deal.
And
Big deal,
Justin's already got his money spent. So
Oh, yeah.
I'll see everybody on Monday. Take care, everybody. Thank you, Clifton.
God bless. Take care.
Mark,
Thanks,
take
y'all.
care, bud. God bless
Have a
you
good
all.
weekend. Cheers.
Bye.
God bless y'all.
Bye-bye. Great, Christian. Thank you. Yeah, thanks,
DVG, I
Mark.
don't see a lot of action at the moment. The markets are quietening down, so I don't know if it's worthwhile to hang around much longer, to be honest. I'll give it a few more minutes, maybe 15. See if we get a move. I'm going to tap out, guys. Have a great weekend, everyone.